Yo, hello Asumaki, how you doing, how you doing? Welcome! Happy Saturday! Today we continue the series of marathon streams. And we are going to be playing Ace Attorney Investigations. Man, I really want to see what happens with this case. This case has been very freaking interesting. So yeah, I'm very hyped for today. Also, Asumaki, after the stream, tag me on Discord because I need to ask you something, but I think it's better if I talk to you directly. So tag me on Discord after the stream, okay? If you have the time, obviously. If you have the time, obviously. I also need to ask Josh and BJC. Who else? Mikan? Mikan should be also a member on YouTube. Who's also a member? Sol. Okay. Well, I'll figure it out. But how are you doing, Asumaki? How's the weather in there? Today has been less horrible than other days here. You're not a YouTube member since the demonetization? Oh, that's true. Well, I still ask you something anyways. Because you may have info on one thing I need to know. Warm enough and no rain? Nice. Here we have 30 degrees, so it's still pretty hot, but it's not 37 like yesterday. So yeah, it's a lot better. The problem is that it has not peaked yet. Like we always reach peak around 4 PM for some reason. So it's gonna get horrible, but hey, apparently this is going to last for another week and a half, and then weather should improve here. How many hours will this stream be roughly? About 4 hours, like yesterday. Anywhere from 4 to 5 hours. Depending on how I'm feeling. I've been a little bit under the weather these last few days. I always get pretty charged for the beginning of the stream, and as things go on, I start getting deflated. So let's see how much my battery lasts. And when I say battery, I'm talking about like my energy. Alright, because I have to take a 90-minute power nap because I can drink caffeine. So I might take it now so I can be up for the second half. Sure, another long stream, let's go, yeah. And tomorrow will be another one. We are going to have long streams until Monday. Monday will be the last long stream for a bit, but yeah, tomorrow and Monday will be long streams too. We're marathoning this weekend. Yeah, but it's for the betterment of your own health, so it's good, man. Keep it up. You're doing great. And how you doing, because welcome. Doing a Sabaton, respect. I mean, not really a Sabaton. I just wanted to stream a little longer. I'm also watching you while seeing NT livestream. Oh. And yeah, it's more like I had some extra free time for a few days and I wanted to I've been wanting to stream a little longer. Yesterday I thought I would have been able to stream even longer than I did, but I realized that I don't have the I'm not used to streaming too long, so after 4 hours I was exhausted. But 4 hours seems to be within the realistic realm. Obviously, I don't have always this amount of time, but yeah. Also, it would be a Sabaton if people was subbing, but people does not sub, so... It is what it is, I guess. I'm very bad at asking for subs too. I'm not good at asking people money. I try to promote myself every now and then during the stream, but I don't know, I always feel weird doing it. I'm not good at it. But with that said, let's get into gaming. And let's get this case rolling. You should be able to see the game now. It should be this one. Okay, so here, okay. Palaeno intercede for us to allow us to go in the building. Ambassador Palaeno, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all he can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you are so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know that they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. More coupons? Not that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? By the way, this Millennium Expo minigame is annoying, I hate it. The first time was cute, but having to redo it every time the event reruns is too much. It's so tedious. What is this exactly? It's fountain pen ink. Known as bubbleless ink. It's made exclusively bubble. I'm glad they only do one rerun for each event. 1+1. They do one and then one when they archive the event. We make it with crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink, one dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer.
How fortunate of me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I'll gladly accept your gracious gift.
Bubbles ink, data jotted in my organizer.
Great, wonderful. I guarantee that that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience.
Why are you streaming so early? Because today is a marathon stream, Black Lockhart. I said this weekend would be long streams. Tomorrow I'm also streaming long. And welcome, how you doing?
And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation.
Talk about cornering the customer along with the market.
Maybe Francisca?
You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation.
I'm just really waiting for FNAF news. Huh.
In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babalis ink?
It's the 12th anniversary today. Oh! Man! I can't believe it has been that long.
But why are there restrictions on the export of Babalis ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info.
Hold it!
Francisca's your subordinate and part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Sangfa. Counterfeit bills. Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babalis ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalis ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal.
Oh.
That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct, Mr. Cohen was smuggling a large amount of Babalis ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring.
By the way, is there any new favorite item for a student in the Japanese server? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. And there you go again, mixing Japanese in the middle of your English sentence. Wakamo is the only first student who have favorite item. Now that you mention it, yeah, that's true. Well, she needed it the most.
However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit vials or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I may as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile.
Yep.
Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babalis embassy, we're looking into the Alebastan embassy next. It doesn't matter where they are hidden, Mark my words, I will find them.
Oh. Counterfeit bills made with Babalis ink. They're in circulation in Sangfa. It's hard to tell they are fake.
Well, shall we get going?
What's wrong, Kai?
I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So we're going to gather whatever info we can over on the Babalis side, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you too.
Right, and I'm counting on you, Miss Von Karma too. On you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let them know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush over straight away, no matter where you are.
I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14, 8:17 p.m. Albastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Huh. What?
What do you think you're doing to my subordinate?
You are... That music, that's Larry.
Edgy! Oh, thanks heaven you're here. I'm in a really big pickle. Your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared.
The raven, it appeared and poof, then disappeared. Swoosh.
And though I'm the steel samurai, my sword, it... I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore.
Who is this fruitcake?
Wait, is Francis kin to Larry? Isn't fruitcake like a way to call someone attractive, or is she calling him dumb? I'm Larry, of the House Bats, married man of Neo Old Tokyo, my lady.
Now I remember this person. Is one of your friends. Isn't he Miles?
Sorry, that's my alarm for my meds. I kinda want Mika to get her favorite item because she's kinda get it all these days. She's still very good, man.
Yes, frighteningly enough, he is.
And she's basic student. She can get a bonus from the oldies. So is it Mika Kendo? What do you mean? They share bonuses. Mika get the bonuses from Swimsuit Mika and Mika from Mika. Bond bonuses are shared. Yeah, it's across all characters, not just alts from base. That's why Hina is also so strong, because she has so many versions. Yeah, but they all inherit them. It's not only the olds.
Hey, what's with that answer? Hey, what with that answer?
Your best body's in a bind and you act like it's no big deal?
What sort of bind are we talking about here?
The suspect kind.
I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that's quite a bind. Not that we're in the least a bit surprised. Yeah, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, He has been the world's largest source of trouble with capital T.
Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one.
That was uncalled for. Besides, you are... What? Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you. You're the one who wrote the Steel Samurai autograph.
Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece.
What's going on and why are you... bit red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now?
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play.
I hate this dude.
So this is the incident you mentioned earlier.
Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy Mask the Mask Second.
Mask the Mask Second.
What the... Ugh.
That's quite the gruesome scene. He has a piece of paper on his hand.
Only Larry could get himself yet into another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry's not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing.
Shifu, we identified the victim.
Good work. I'll take the report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well?
What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There is only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Agent Bud!
Now we have a badass.
Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Oh yeah. Of course you. Let the detective see the file. You are Detective Bud. You are the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
Wait, are you sure, bro? Students share stuff, even old ones? I thought it's only one way around. No. They all share. They did that specifically to help all the students come back into the play. Indeed, the example I remember when they released this new system, the example they used was Base Hina, benefiting from her newer version's bonds.
Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found. What an incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bud knows the Yatagarasu M.O. very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years.
No, she gets...
It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask you, are you going to make an ally of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to sheriff with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad.
Initial investigation. 1 second, I'm gonna take a little bit of a drink.
About the murder of Mask the Mask 2. Would you be willing to fill me in on a few details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty, and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mask the Mask, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he's lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room.
The suspect.
Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. Ah, no show? A no-show. Who was it that it failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney.
Oh my god, Larry.
That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking?
That's why I want Mika favorite item. Me too, man. Mika doesn't need it as badly, but it would be cool for her to get it. Her accuracy can be a little iffy, yeah.
In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation.
Alabastian Embassy at Ambassador Office. Okay, let's start with the body.
So this is the victim, Mask the Mask 2. What with this gaudy outfit? You don't know, Mask the Mask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace.
So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu?
I thought they were for a while. Because their MO and targets were different. Mask the Mask like high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy in his signature. Gamshu's in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Mask the Mask.
That's alright, I'd probably hear that. All I'd probably hear are the tales of his failure anyway.
You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started, shall we?
Yeah, the nook and cranny. Okay, first...
What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad.
Here, hello, Budoka. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome. Alabas Primitive Statue, 5th floor, Ambassador's office.
It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well.
I'd like you to steal the primitive statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that?
If I had to guess from the text, I would say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal.
How you doing, Budoka? Did you enjoy the market? The 18th century market? Did you take pictures? If you did, share them in the gallery channel. I'm very curious. That's me? Wait. No, it's Budoka. It was fine, there was a lot of people.
Yes, who is this person and what requested the theft of the primitive statue? I thought Mask the Mask had quit the business.
Lockhart is dead. I'm dead? What?
This guy, he's just a copycat who's using the name of a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashinu.
Kashinu. Cash no. He has no cash. His name is Cash no. Cash no. The puns never stop in this game.
He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Mask the Mask too. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death.
Oh. So blunt force murder, huh?
There is not a single shred of fashion sense in Mask the Mask custom.
What did I come back? What is this about, Lockhart? He says that he's the dead black Mask the Mask there. And he wants Francisca to sit on him, or something like that. Oh lol. I was worried there for a second, yeah. Yeah, Lockhart got a part in the game, yeah.
Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it.
I'm not a Von Karma simp. Huh, interesting.
You two don't know you can buy this custom almost anywhere now. It's been sold since when? Since around New Year, the streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Mask the Mask is a lot more popular than he'd than I thought he'd be.
I can't believe that foolish fool could dress in fool's clothes.
Wait, sorry.
In fool's clothing. To act foolishly.
We got your point about the three foolishes back, Francisca. About three foolishes back, Francisca.
I've always wondered why Francisca uses the full word so much. What's the point of selling the foolishness, blah 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 blah.
So this is the murder weapon in this case. There is blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it?
You don't get it? Are you fool?
What did you expect? Is Steel Samurai's daddy's secondary weapon?
Oh, there is blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it?
I only call his secondary weapon because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns into a real fight. In a real fight.
You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai.
That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is proving him innocent.
I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Master Mask 2 used to carry his stolen goods.
The Furoshiki.
But there is nothing wrapping in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever he was out to steal.
Okay.
The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture, Ambassador Alba.
He really looks like Pinocchio. He really looks like a very old Pinocchio. Like imagine Pinocchio after 100 years of aging. Like that is him. His face and nose made of ghoul. I mean of good.
It was taken before the murder.
The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They are even using the National Treasure as a backdrop.
I just don't understand what exactly is so great about Top Knock there.
Clearly, there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom.
Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors?
You let him know, Francisca.
This must be the Ambassador Alba's desk.
His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work.
Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today.
Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me.
Two gorgeous flowers in bloom here. I'm sure
flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by the priestess in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. There was the exact same statue sitting in the Babalis embassy, in the Babalis office we examined. It's the primitive statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alebas and Baval claim to have the real deal. What an incredibly childish fight to have. There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babalis side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance.
Okay, I'll have to examine that later. It's a primitive statue. There was one on the... okay.
I heard it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica.
Yeah. We already read that.
The counterpart of the Babalis butterfly is the Alebastian flower. The butterfly and the flower, they are both lovely things. But we can interpret these to mean that Alebas provides honey to Babal.
I didn't know Francesca could be so girly. The fact that she likes flowers and butterflies. Francesca has a girly side, huh? She should be a little bit more girly. It would be cute for her to be a little more girly.
Francesca, can you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And the butterflies cannot live without the nectar that the flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there?
Because she wants something... No, I'm not gonna make that joke. Okay, this one they don't let me move and rotate around, huh? Let's talk to Larry. Let's talk to Larry Butts. By the way, Bodoka. Are you a YouTube member? I need to know who are members on the YouTube channel. Because I need to ask you, I need to ask the YouTube members to do something for me. Or rather, to help me with something, but they need to be YouTube members. Unless do you guys know if I'm sub but not a paid member? Okay. Do you guys know if I can do subscriber only streams on Twitch? Because in YouTube I can do member only streams. There is a thing that I want to test, but I don't want to have like the stream public. I want it, but I need some feedback. So I need to make it so only quote-unquote allowed people can get in. And if I do a private stream, it's still kind of findable. So I want to limit, like I want to put the barrier there. But well, we like 1 second. If you're free after the stream, I ask Asumaki to tag me after the stream because I need to ask you guys a few things. So maybe I can explain in more detail later then, if you're free.
Harry, there are a few things I need to ask you about.
Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too.
What is it?
It's like both you and him are gay. Okay, that was a bad joke. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute hot girl by your side? Oh. He's talking about Sheena. No, wait. I think he's talking about Phoenix with Maya and Mia, and Lang with Sheena, and now bro, just another me. Yeah, I can see you being like Larry. Yeah, Francisco is a cutie, yeah, she's cute. And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one you said you would model for my next book, Francie. Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we have a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the bats. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. The Steel Samurai. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Doc's name? Oh! They changed the translation. In the first game was Doc's name, and here is just Donim. Loris Donim.
No.
That's Doc's name. Okay, it was just Edgeworth saying it wrong. That's Doc's name. Loris Doc's name. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Now I remember. You are that rude, pale imitation of unreal artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Besides, when Banjolina left me, and my heart in pieces. Banjolina? Who's Banjolina? That's when Mindy walked into my life. Who's Mindy? She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured out I could through this steel samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet.
He's inspired by me? Huh.
I believe he's saying that he picked up his part-time job as a steel samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it, I know you know what I meant, Edgy. Not really, it's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too!
Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we're talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always the center of some insane event.
Guys, this drama is insane. There you go. You have your a YouTube title.
Edgy, how could you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know.
Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy?
I can't even imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination.
Okay, wanna bet he was trying to get in the room where the Pink Princess was changing clothes? Can you imagine? Larry was just in a perverted escapade.
So will you tell me exactly what you did, Larry?
Nope, not yet, Edgy. I'll take more than that to loosen my lips.
Okay, how much money do you need to start loosening those lips before I break your teeth?
A lot more.
Confess now.
Okay, well, I was up on the roof.
And why exactly were you up there?
Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero.
Legendary? Hero.
Santa Claus!
Larry, why are you so Larry?
Santa
Claus.
I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out the chimney.
And?
Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with the smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Larry, you do realize that the Santa Claus does not exist, right?
Of course I know, I did graduate from junior high, you know.
Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history.
Ah, crude!
It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder.
Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours.
What does... Wait, it's Ides? How do you pronounce that word?
Ides.
Okay, so I pronounce it right, Ides. And what does it mean? Ide? Ah? The ideas? Unless, what? Unless it doesn't translate to... I think it doesn't translate well to Italian because that doesn't make any sense. How could it be that... What? Sorry guys, I know I'm wasting a little bit of time on this, but it's... What does this mean? Oh, the Ides is... Oh... It's basically the half month. It's the 15th day of March, May, July and October, and the 13th day of the other months, because it's the halfway point in the Roman calendar, basically. Oh, interesting. We learned something new today. So Ides means halfway point of the month based on the Roman calendar. Such exquisite vocabulary. Yes. Well, you see, this stream is not only entertaining, we are also learning new words. Not those Ides. And those are aids. The one you're writing is aids. I'm talking about Ides. Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you need wit. Entertaining and lentertaining. Yes. I don't know if that's a word, but yes. No! Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court. What? Larry. Murder weapon. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that? Well, I took hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yeah, apparently you did. And well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You wanna talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it kill someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly starting such foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
I would. Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. And did you believe me? I knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Okay, now let's look at this. Oh, very nice. There are weapons on display on this wall, a crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Babalis knives. Which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cohen. I won't rest, blah blah blah. Okay, first the spear. It's the Steel Samurai primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just wanna live like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it's just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, are you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight in your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is up to the task.
What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance.
Oh, I get it.
Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine.
Did they say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something about this spear.
Huh? Well, let's continue examining. I mean, this is kinda creepy. What is that plant supposed to be?
Francisca, can you see that is supposed to be a likeness of the Ambassador Alva?
Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month.
You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. I can spot absolutely no difference between this primitive statue and Babal's. The statue face looks a bit like the costume hero.
The statue's face looks a bit like the costume hero you like so much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face.
The statue wasn't made by an American. You know, at least I don't suppose so. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here.
I suspect blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. This is what we all had already read.
What?
I knew it. I think I mentioned that last week. But I said I bet, because the handles are interchangeable, that the blade would be from this embassy and the handle from the other embassy.
One of the knives is missing the blade. Let's see if the two pieces of the blade and handle fit each other.
Whip and whap.
It does.
It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly.
This means that an Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how?
Crossbow.
Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this?
I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Francisca is all about the whipping, huh? Oh, the chimney. It's a fireplace by the looks of it. I don't think it's been used recently. Wait, doesn't that contradict what Larry said? Larry said that there was smoke coming up the chimney. But if it hasn't been used recently, how could there be smoke?
Yeah, I can't say I see anything unusual about it.
Uh-oh, Larry.
You did some investigating over in the Babalis embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what you're trying to say? Seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you.
The counterpart to the Babalis butterfly is the Bastian flower. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. We already read this dialogue. It's funny because Edgeworth and Francisca, they argue a lot, but they are trying so hard to impress each other. Like, you can cut the tension with a butter knife. That's how melting it is. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our chief's investigation.
Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is, he's bound to overlook something.
If you insult our chief, then prepare to be punished.
Oh, how exactly could you punish us?
Every investigator under chief command will work to disrupt your investigation.
Vindictive match.
So they are assholes, basically. Maybe leaving the room will do something. I want to go into deduction mode too, but I feel like there is something missing. Let's see if I can escape the room. Wait. Okay, yeah, it's the plant, blah blah blah. Can I accelerate this? No. Wait. I feel like something's missing. I don't know what though. Oh. Miles Edgeworth. Ah. I thought something had triggered there. Well, let's check what we have here. We have this picture. I'm trying to see if there is anything different from the scene here. Wait. The statue... Wait. The statue is looking to the door in this picture, and now it's looking to the wall. It's looking in our direction. So the statue has been moved. Is there anything else? Well, that's one thing. Maybe... Let's try this. I can save anyways. Let's see if I can... Let's see if this works. Eureka! Oh, nice.
Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma.
The apparent joy of the ambassador's face as he shakes the top-knot hands.
That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in this photo is facing in a different way.
You're right.
This statue is the national treasure. As such, only ambassador or secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene.
You know, bro, I just realized something. What?
It's proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime.
What did you realize? Okay, so now we have that. Say EX skill gives cost regen as long as the buff active at the target student, right? Then if say a UE40 does cost regen increase also longer. Let me verify. Say you're talking about the regular Seiya, right? Okay. The plus is increased buff duration. Yeah, it's buff duration, so yes. The own cost recovery should increase too in duration, yes. It's marginal though, it's like 1 or 2 seconds max. I don't remember if you can read those like 1000 and 1900 like milliseconds, so it's like 1.9 seconds at the max. I have never really understood the flat numbering when it comes to some skills. So we have that. Is there anything else here? I don't think... like, I don't have too much info to go by. I guess this could have something to do. The speed is different from the drawing he made. And for as bad as an artist Larry is, he tried to capture what he sees pretty well. Why they make Aru dress UE40 attack instead of duration, next one being weird. I think they do that kind of stuff for how you say it, for balance reasons.
Eureka!
Oh, Eureka.
Larry, about this spear.
Oh, are you feeling it? Bam!
I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me? Or the spear bit? Or is the spear a bit bent?
What? No way! It is exactly as it should be, yo! But they give the duration to you for a Camp Hare. Yeah, but Dress Aru has one big advantage over both Seiya and freaking Hare. Well, she actually has two, but the main one is deployment. Aru is a back deployer, which makes her a lot safer to use compared to middle deployers that tend to walk a little bit too far forward. So Aru, to stay alive and keep using her buff, is a lot more consistently easy to do that with the other two. And because a lot of people at a certain point just let them die, I guess buff duration is better for them, while Aru doesn't really need it because she doesn't die that as much. Also, Aru has a heal, which is also pretty strong. So, from that point of view, Aru doesn't need the buff duration. Also, I think Aru's buff in general is longer. I don't know, bro. Aru real is so minuscule to realize. I mean, Aru's heal is so minuscule to realize. Yeah, but it's something that she has. So her critical. Oh, she has also well, her buff is critical damage, which is insanely strong, and it's 30 seconds long, which is a lot. While Hare, Yosun, not really. Hare is 26 seconds, which is slightly shorter. And with the duration, she gets closer in line to Aru duration. Same goes for Seiya. Seiya and Hare have a base duration that is shorter. Yeah, Seiya is 15 seconds and 25 seconds. So yeah, Aru already has more duration than them at a base, so she doesn't really need the extended duration. And again, deployment is also a big factor. Deployment is so strong.
I have here your autograph. The autograph you wrote for me earlier.
But attack boost, bro? Can it be HP instead for survival? Yeah, no, the attack boost is useless. I agree. But you know, again, like her survival is pretty good already thanks to her deployment. So yeah, I think they just didn't want to stack her more, so giving her attack is a way to give her something without giving her anything. It's one of those, you can have this, it will not change anything, but you can have this.
Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. Can you see the spear is clearly of a different shape? What do you have to say about that?
I'm sorry. When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during the practice, I was spinning it around and around. 1 second. And bam! It hit the wall.
You unbelievable. This is an embassy.
I always been like that. But I always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time... Oh, sorry, that's my other alarm for the other medicine I have to take. 1 second, guys. There we go. On an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man.
Larry, clarify that for me, will you?
Oh, so it was some field trip. I began to shadow fight with myself.
Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall.
Oh, that is no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything.
That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend.
Man, Edgy, you're so naive.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. It's because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit against practically anything and it would bend.
Is that so?
Don't tell me you thought it was real. But don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. 1 second. Sorry, I dropped something.
I see. Your friendship is truly something special, Miles Edgeworth.
That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation.
Weapon that's used on stage, blah blah blah.
I guess that's about wraps up my investigation. That's...
Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? Oh no. I have a bad feeling. Bodoka, I think is your favorite character about to come on the screen. Please, it's always her when it comes to the Steel Samurai. Please don't be her. I know it's her though.
And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork.
And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork.
And so the Pink Princess also comes to play the Alabastian Embassy, the Alabastian Embassy visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well.
Oh, no. Black Lockhart with the praying hands makes me believe I'm right in my bad feeling here.
Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh no.
Miss Pink Princess?
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen 2 days in a row?
Oh no. What? Aren't you Mrs. Oldbag?
Why are you so surprised?
Ah, so you are the one they got to play the Steel Samurai? Holy Aura, what do you mean? It's too bad I didn't realize that until now.
You are acquaintances with Larry?
Why yes. We worked the same company for a little while, you know? And that's why it's okay, my edgy poo, you don't need to be jealous. That's so horrible. Also, why does the Pink Princess have huge melons? It's so weird. They look so weird. That costume is awfully weird. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting for me. So the kids would watch it to learn what to like. Yeah, but they look like two. They literally look like two melons attached to the costume. They don't look good. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, Edgy Poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do.
But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't worry, Jipu. I chase you forever. For forever. To the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy?
This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye.
This character, why? Well, let's say first and foremost, I don't have been saving too much today.
The Pink Princess. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gate Waterland as the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday.
Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel so bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible... Okay, she's the... Here comes the good old bug diarrhea. Are you done spouting trash? Because I tell you, they really are just a bunch of simpletons.
You're a rather lively old lady.
So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct?
You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here, look.
It appears that she's telling the truth.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Yes, to tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its own problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter. It's a letter from a stalker.
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Oh, she's stupid. It says Mindy, not Wendy. And that's from Larry. And that's why he wanted to go through the fireplace. Larry sent that to Mindy. And he was going to come into the room from the fireplace.
I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There is no accent in my name.
Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before?
But now you are here at Jipu, I feel 100% safe.
Where do I factor into this?
You'd bust that evil stalker man, for my sake, wouldn't you, at Jipu?
Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Oh, come on, Jipu, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. I hate her. The time of the murder.
What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime?
What?
After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my butt hip warm. Okay, so that is the smoke that Larry was talking about.
Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours.
Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling to my personage.
In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, no, I didn't go. I mean, I have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hip started acting up, so I got stiff. I couldn't move at all.
Can you provide proof of your condition?
Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy.
I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave the room is rather pleasant.
Prosecutor von Karma, I brought the police dog, as you requested, sir.
Oh, there is a doggo! That's so cute! Good work. You may leave now, officer.
This dog.
I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu.
Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gamshu had been taken care of. I think his name is Missile.
What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks.
That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know.
Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Such a cute dog! Oh! He already found something! Good dog, you're really quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog butt.
Wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog?
And let me do this. Boom. There we go. We shall continue.
Oh, look at dog is angry. No, but Missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that.
It's just a meat substance snack. If you drink the Steel Samurai, I'm sure he'll be fine.
That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance.
We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog in the fireplace in the first place.
It looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh!
What do we have here?
It appears to be a lady's undershirt.
Ooh la la! So the ambassador was having some fun!
I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing.
No. Oh. Oh. Well, he looks like an old lady.
I somehow doubt that. It looks like the shirt would even. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it.
Ah. It's obviously Wendy, right? Ah. Let's see. Okay, that's Larry. Oh, I can twist and turn this one. Oh, but this one is the one I have already seen. No. You cannot see this from closer. Huh. Oh, okay, so now we have the knife with the new handle.
There's quite a bit of Mr. Cohen's blood on this blade.
Also, like, this is another thing I pointed out, I think last week, that the knife motif looks like a vine, and that matches the plant motif of Alevast. So, yeah.
There is a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Babalis knife, this handle is larger. This larger one gives Alevas more presence.
Okay. Hey.
The handle in this knife was made to be removable. The killer tried to make this look like a Babalis knife by switching the two handles, which means that there must be a reason behind that action.
Okay. Well, all back. Maybe I have to present it to her.
If you could please take a look at this brown colored undershirt.
Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you like.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Looks yummy. Man. That hot dog actually looked good.
This shirt was found here at the crime scene.
What?
Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what is it doing here?
I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you.
What?
Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry in that shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know... Wearing that pink prison's costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You are too cruel, Edgy Poo.
Are you claiming that you never set foot inside this room?
Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always... Okay, blah blah blah. Honestly, man, this day...
Well... I don't believe she's lying about her actions, so I can safely assume that she was really drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. I assume the samurai dog was also yours.
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me.
I also feel, and so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details.
Samurai dogs.
That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy poo.
Hold it!
If you could just stick to what I asked you.
Edgy, are you Miss Oldbag?
No!
You really don't change, do you? When will you learn to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. If those things are a present from the studio to the embassy.
A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs to the embassy people and tell them hi. To have the pile, I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. So those studio guys should be delivered. What? Those studio guys should be delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? Should have delivered those things by themselves. Okay.
So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff, as per your instructions?
Okay, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my questions. Aren't you going to stick up for me? Ah, about that. See, after the show I went to rest. Went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, samurai dogs just sitting on the dressing room floor. Oh. I suppose you had to make the preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparations you mean sampling them as well.
Excuse me?
Oh, I tried one and though they were actually quite good, and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they were for a kid show, their taste was probably for kids too. But hey, they were so good I couldn't stop. Oh my god, you really like sitting dogs, huh? Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to have a dozen or so boxes. How many dogs can you eat? As I sat there by the roaring fire warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... She's hungry? Kinda. Half a dozen boxes. What is it now? Oh, I know, I bet you want a box too, don't you? My edgy poo. Well, who am I to say no to you, but I only give you one, the rest are all for me. Present for the embassy staff, Miss Olva took and ate a few from the dressing room. A few? Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. I agree. I mean, at this point I think we have a lot of info. So... Logic in time. Get a little closer. Wait. There you go. Kiss your girl. Okay, so these two we know, because Larry said that he saw the smoke coming up the chimney and she said she was using it. So these two match up.
There is no trace in this room fireplace of being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry, this is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is a testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistake. A mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in this room was being used at the same time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see. So what are you proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually Miss Oldback's fire. So basically the fireplace of the neighboring rooms. Share one chimney. Is that what you're trying to imply?
Precisely.
It has to be this.
The lady undershirt that missile found. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarments? What the?
Francisca?
Miles Edgeworth, you uncut sislag. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already.
You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence is in the room next door. Was in the room next door. And yet despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt.
Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall?
Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other.
Perhaps a closer look at the back of that fireplace is in order.
There is an X on the back wall of this fireplace.
That immediately popped to my eye. Wanna bet it's a secret door?
Let's see if I can get a better look at it.
I knew it.
What in the...
Okay.
The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect to this room to the neighboring rooms.
The neighboring rooms?
There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. What's important is the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room fireplace.
We now know the fireplace connects to the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? Aren't you going to suddenly name the old lady as the Masked 2 killers? Masked 2 killer right now, are you?
No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could have not been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing to do with the mask murder. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
But wait.
You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then. If you're prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good, I'm counting you, Edgy.
Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what really is.
My lie?
I know that there is something you are keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why won't you just believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should hurry up and die already. That's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then sewer slide and throw everything into mass confusion.
You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. You.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know?
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of hair-brained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you can cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy.
Although allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened? And what didn't happen? The works!
Just what happened will do. Then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight.
Well, so I was drinking a lot, you know? Can you imagine? He begins like that. So I was drinking a lot and, well, I was feeling a little frisky. And I sent that letter, you see, and I thought that was Mindy, and I wanted to be Santa for Mindy, but, you know, I was a little drunk, and I almost fell into the hole.
Up on the roof.
Why does his eyes look like his soul has left his body, man? He looks like an empty shell. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. And after that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. Okay, so here is where he's lying. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a go, give it a try.
Larry thought I just finished telling you to not lie to me anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing.
And what exactly so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't blurt it out. You're just gonna have to reason it out of me.
As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lies. Why don't you just whip the truth out of him?
My god. She looks vicious.
I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such trifling matters.
Well, I'm not gonna waste time because I know his lie is very evident, guys. So I'm not gonna push on everything because honestly, Larry exhausts me mentally. So we know that's true. We know that's true. This is the part where he is kinda lying. And this is where he's totally lying. He was not wanting to play Santa.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa?
Oh well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at the Gourd Lake.
I appreciate if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me.
Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he goes down the family chimney after all.
That sounds like the plot for a horror movie.
Actually, it's worth
Rise an objection.
Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Actually, I believe in this case, this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal.
Are you saying that your body is exactly made of Santa quality stuff?
Well, for starters, he was not playing Santa, he was being a creep, trying to get into Mindy's room because he thought it was Mindy and not Wendy. Also, I would love to see what the real actress looks like. Where is this Mindy girl?
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang.
Hey, Edgy! That's so incredibly mean!
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom were you delivering a present to?
I was delivering a present to a child, not basking in the warmth of... not basking in the warm glow of love. What about... You don't say it that way. Why don't... Oh my god, Larry.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But it's a lie. But a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that.
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present on to was most certainly...
Well, there is no Mindy here. So it has to be Oldbag. White's ex-security lady. Just put Wendy Oldbag, we know her name.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney.
I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the wants to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what?
Define wrong impression.
Simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this.
It has to be this, the stand-in request.
Take that!
This is something the lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again. It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress.
But that's not true, Edgy.
She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam? Wow. Sexy beam, I'll tell you.
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yeah? This guy has got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it like that. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this match has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks like just like what you do in court. I guess the old boy here has still something he'd like to say. Link says until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out wide in the open, which is why I listen. Alright, then let's get ready to listen. Then get ready to listen to me defeat Edging Battle of Wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was go to visit Mindy? Well, I dress up as Santa and climb up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. Like your brain. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something. Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony. So what if I am? There is something wrong with that. My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that?
So it was you. You are my stalker. But should I warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman, blah blah blah, jippoo, blah blah blah, there goes the old bag diarrhea.
I'm so inspired.
You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man.
I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. Evelyn, there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course, you still got to prove something to prove. You still have to show me proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court.
You couldn't even say that one right. Evidence is everything in court, Larry.
You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. You see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see.
Well, if this is not the moment to present the letter, I don't know when it is, but it has to be now.
Objection!
Ah, you fool. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have the knowledge of this letter. Hey, what are you... Why are you showing that to me?
Bendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Well, isn't that just romantic?
You want to receive one of those, huh, Francisca?
But you weren't able to descend for her from above. On her from above. Were you, Mr. Loving Knight?
Hey, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were out to meet the... You were not out to meet the lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay a visit to Miss Mindy tonight.
Well, that's obviously here.
Take that!
Larry suggested you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you ever wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. If you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment again.
What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English!
You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye.
Yeah, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing.
There, isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching, but that will have to wait until we are off of this crime scene.
Edgy, save me from a scary man.
Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake.
That wasn't me.
Come again?
It's a fake, someone out to get me. So they made that fake letter to set me up.
Accept your defeat graciously.
But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have a certain unique feature to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare this handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you already provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Obviously this.
Take that!
This autograph of yours, and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy.
So he finally confesses.
I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and I got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So, what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy.
Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overreactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way, she wouldn't be shocked when I came down through the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure conveying that sentiment.
I'm really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because, at the very least, I can attest that about you.
Edgy, you are...
We lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
Ouch.
In any case, I believe we can say that we know exactly what happened. Mr. Larrybot sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of an elderly lady next door.
Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. Don't you get it? Don't you get don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Oh, what? Edgy, what does that Wolfman mean when he says that I'm not off the hook yet?
He means that the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head.
That's exactly what I mean. We cannot only rely on the words of a suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood staining the samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite.
Edgy, that guy looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me.
I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial.
Thanks for the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler. I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. It looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got.
I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I cannot afford to lose.
Oh wait, immediately? Let me check something. Do we have the autopsy report for the dead body? Well, I mean... I mean, if the spear is hollow, right? Who's to say that this sword is not hollow either? Why, Larry, why? That's a good question. Why, Larry, why? I guess this could be another hollow weapon. So the blood splatter would not be the result of being used as the murder weapon, maybe? Huh. I think that could be it. Okay. Let's save. Why Larry?
And I was the one who found the body of the victim, as the masks too. Besides him was the samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus I found the murder weapon owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, here in here too.
Huh.
Isn't a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership. But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're only alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on, Mr. Prosecutor, you two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say that you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can think up something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree, but I know you and your personality well. I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. So, or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
Why Larry? I mean, let's save. I know I already saved, but let's save again, so I don't have to go through all that blabber again, in case I mess up. But we're gonna be pressing a lot here.
Hold it!
So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What that's supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I'd only say this time because earlier Kai was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that.
Not so fast!
Ha! So you're going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not, I was simply pointing out that the usual pattern with discovery of bodies. But in the Babalis embassy case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Okay, let's press again.
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it for you? I mean, it's a sight and smell of blood, of course. According to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made only to be used on a stage, so it's not sharp. But it's pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with it. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip.
I guess here I present the spear to establish. Oh, wait, now that I remember, in the previous game, okay, this is a detail that I remember from Phoenix Wright. Or wait, yeah, it was in Phoenix Wright. One character mentioned, maybe it was Austin Powers? Maybe it was Austin Powers, I don't remember. But a character mentioned that the Steel Samurai sword is very weird to handle because all of the weight is on the handle of the sword. And now we also have the spear with the tip being hollow. So the sword being weighty is because the handle is heavy but the blade is hollow. So if I present the spear here to establish the base of the weapons being hollow, maybe I can get Larry out of the pickle?
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something, do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well... I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible that he doesn't know about this piece of evidence through nature. Anything else you like to chit-chat about? No? Good, let's continue.
Okay. So here I will present the spear.
Objection!
Do you know what is this, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So, what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai weapons are hollow. In other words, they are replicas, they aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent on the samurai sword. How would you explain that?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. I wish they make them out of better stuff because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. Still, Samurai's special move was changed to be tonight because of him. Yo! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on topic. Back on the topic of the spear. Yeah, let's return to the real topic of discussion.
This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have the real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may.
Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the way Von Karma way. It's hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart or not very clever.
Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I'm not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of 40 years win streak will be ever broken.
I see, glazing her papa. So she's a little bit nicer.
But perhaps it's for the best that it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish statement from a foolishly fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in the world than perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion, however I don't believe in that. That's all we are. That's all we are. That's all we are? What? As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then I let it crumble as I want towards the truth. You are good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I like you to consider, if you will, the possibility of that. That the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the mask without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need.
Okay, it is possible to use the Steel Samurai Sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We search the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that the suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling on that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examine every corner within the walls of this embassy. There is no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with the only logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it, it's this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned? Is that a fact? If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Okay. Okay, let me press here. This one.
Hold it!
The only place you could. The only place where you could find blood on was the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've outlined. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left open, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they concluded that nothing else could be used as the murder weapon. I mean, yeah, of course. because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I do not appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, there is something that your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real murder weapon that killed the mask too. What exactly is it? Okay, so he said they couldn't even lay a finger on. So I'm guessing it's this. It has to be this. I don't know how though. But it has to be this one, right? It's the only thing that they could not touch.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alebast. You mean the Primidux statue? Yes, and you know the only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alebast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to the sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing, just before and after the crime, are different. And the only conclusion I can draw from that go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue? Shifu, you can listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang says, you, just go already. Shifu! Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primidux statue. I see.
Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath, he may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Hey, Agent Lang. What do you want? Let's hurry up and examine the statue already. But Chifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating.
If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken.
Agent Lang, I'd like you to run a luminal chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get forensic team in here. And there it is, right on the head.
Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed Master Mask. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Master Mask, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that this is a real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. There is a hand! And what do we have here? A dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. That's definitely a bit of evidence, like you doing under here. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Ugh. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that. Hey, forensics guy, I want results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me?
Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir.
Good, and?
Sir, about the fingerprints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know, the victim of the murder in the Babalis embassy? The prints belong to him, Mr. Manny Cohen, sir.
But that's... What's going on around here? That's impossible. Each Primidux statue can only be handled by someone of that country.
Ah, I think I got it. The Primidux statue that Alevas had was the real one, and the one in Baval is the fake one. So Manny Cohen changed the statues between the embassies.
It leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primidux statue.
Impossible! It can be.
Yeah.
Larry never set foot on Bavali's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Baval. And the mask too was killed in Alabastian soil with Baval National Treasure. And the mystery of the great chief Yatagrasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture. They were to form.
Damn. Are you guys still here, by the way? March 14, 9:21 p.m. Opener stage. Yep, we're still around. Nice. I left the mask to investigation to Francisco and returned to Babal. Ugh. Okay, guys, give me 2 minutes, okay? I'm gonna go grab a cookie. Just one. I'll be right back, okay? And I also gonna take the chance to go to the bathroom. I'm back. Okay. Got some night edibles. Yeah, got two cookies. I got 2 cookies. It's also good. It's a good little time to rest my throat a little bit. This case is very interesting. It's probably one of the most convoluted cases we have seen so far. There are so many layers to this case. I think this is on par with the Mask the Mask case on the Phoenix Wright trilogy. That also had many layers. The only problem with layering cases like this is that it can get a little hard to keep track of everything at times. But it's also very interesting. Oh man. Oh, by the way, Bodoka, how far are we into Metal Gear Solid 3? Do you know? Because there will be some scheduling shifts probably soon, so I want to know. Yeah. About to reach the warehouse, yeah. I'm taking the chance to rest a little bit, that's all, don't worry. We are going to keep playing soon. Maybe 1/3, okay. So, 2 marathon streams, one tomorrow and one on Sunday. They will get us like almost done then. That would be great, actually. That would make my life a lot easier. No, okay. So a friend of mine that has a decent amount of pull on the community of a game is offering me a hand to like set up some stuff and try streaming that game and help me advertise the stream and everything to see if I can capture a little bit of that audience. So my plan is to integrate that game into the regular rotation. What game? Is it a surprise? Hello Sol, how you doing? Welcome. I mean, I prefer to not say much right now because right, Shadow Legends? No. We are preparing some stuff. You will guys know very shortly. But because we are preparing some special stuff that we will be teasing during probably next week. And we are probably going to do a stream together too. So if everything goes well, that will help grow the community and the channel, and if everything goes very well, it's gonna be a gacha game. No, it's not a gacha game. It's an RPG. It's a JRPG. It's an interesting game. It's a game that I have been interested in playing for a long time, but I never got the chance. Is it popular? It's pretty popular. It's a pretty popular game, yes. And there is not much content creation about it in general, especially streamers. But the community is very hungry for new blood, so maybe I can fit in there. But I want to do it only 2 days a week for that game. So the schedule of like I will have to shift my schedule. Is your friend Aussie? Yes, but Sol, I know, I think you know where I'm going, but don't spoil it, okay? But yeah, the thing is that I'm planning to shift the scheduling a little bit and have... Wait, Aussie? I know. Oh. Don't spoil it, Bodoka. Ty, the Tasmanian tiger? Oh no, Bodoka! Now everybody knows! But yeah, I'll be shifting a little bit the scheduling, because Saturdays and Sundays on my regular streaming schedule work for that new audience, but not during the week. So the idea would be to have Saturdays and Sundays for that new game. I should rename myself to Detective Sol. I mean... Well, it doesn't... Like, guys, after the stream is done, after I end today's stream, those who have time, go to the Hangout channel, okay? I need to ask you some stuff. I need to... So yeah, I need to ask you some stuff, basically. So, those who have time, especially if you're a YouTube subscriber, I mean YouTube member, or Twitch subscriber, or you're well informed on how some of the Twitch tools work, or you have a strong opinion about stuff, join, okay? But yeah, so the plan would be to leave Saturdays and Sundays for that new game, move Attorney Saturdays to Attorney Fridays, and have Silksong take Monday and Wednesday. I have a strong opinion and stuff. Then you should join after the stream, so I can explain you a little bit more and ask you guys a little bit more, a few things, because this is I'm not expecting this to be like my breakout moment or anything like that, but this is still very important for me to do this the best way possible. So those who can join, I would appreciate it very much, like very, very much. But with that said, let me take another bite of my cookie. And let's continue gaming. I have some good and bad news. I hope the bad news are not terrible. I hope you're healthy and fine. You can share your news if you want, Sol. You can go ahead and share them with me. The good news is I quit VA. Oh. The bad news is I quit VA. Oh. Well, thankfully, the streams are not VA centered, so that doesn't change much. And yeah. Also, the channel content will also vary. It will not be only VA anymore. So yeah, it's gonna be. It should be fine. Hopefully, maybe, likely, hopefully, please. Well, let's see. Okay, so I left the Mathematics 2 investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. Okay, yeah. Speaking of channel content, ooh. Have you thought of doing reviews of games you finish? I have thought of that. Me after stopping playing VA for the nth time? Yeah. I've been thinking of that. But, well, that's another thing I want to ask you about, guys. I want some opinions about it. But yeah, that's why I said, like, if you guys have time after the stream to go into the Hangout channel, I would love to have a chat with you guys. Because there is a lot of stuff I'd like your guys' feedback and input on. And I don't know, I think that this is like this is going to be one big hurrah trying to make things for the best. So that's why I'm very inclined to listen to your guys' suggestions, feedback, and also to see what you think about some things I'm planning. But yeah.
I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Guy, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress.
We weren't goofing around, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out.
Very well then, could you care to give me an update on your investigation?
Oh, we really had a fun time, sir.
I know it's zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
You have permission to enter the Levastian embassy, correct?
Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with the investigation of both sides, sir.
Good, in that case I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess mask.
The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir?
The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday. Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to the gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either.
What? Are you really going to throw that away?
Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autographed, scrunched into a ball and disposed of.
Wait, what? What do you mean by a fake?
Now then, I believe it's time to get for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, and remaining evidence has been rearranged. Oh, Kai joined me again. Let's talk to Ambassador Palaeno. Ah, you're so bugged now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired here with this. Here, with this you can eat whatever you like. Are these discount tickets for our cafeteria? They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. Open air stage. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events, strip clubs and stuff like that, you know. It's all to attract an extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight over in the Levastion Rose Garden, they were holding a despicable type of show. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what Manny told me? That I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cohen told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagara started. Exactly. Primidux statue. Ambassador Palaeno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primidux statue. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alevast and Babal used to be one contract called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primidus statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. And at least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed and to the king of Codopia as a symbol of country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it though, I suppose. But if Alabas and Babal were to reestablish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primidux statue is even more important now than as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palaeno knows about what happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he says about it. Let's Manikohen. Ambassador Palaeno, there is one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, oh, don't worry, you can ask me more than one just thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just one thing is all I require.
Manny Cohen, I'd like to ask you about this man. Who was your secretary?
Sure, I'll tell you what I know.
Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador.
He was, well... He was a piece of... If I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. But he was still a piece of... To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring, right under my nose, going completely unnoticed.
Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Cohen had a very sharp mind.
Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babalist representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me.
I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh well, you see, had tonight's event proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess, with how things turn out, the dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not.
Okay, let's show him the Alevas Primidux statue. Because he said, I'll show him that key. So I think that's what he wants to show.
Ambassador Palaeno, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primidus statue sitting in Alevas right now actually belongs to Babal.
So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier.
Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primidus statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession.
Yes, well, I already inspected it myself.
And it's definitely Alevas' statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica?
I'm embarrassed to say it's true.
Even though I knew that someday it would expose. I received orders from my leaders of Babal, and it was to negotiate with Ambassador Alva at this event. It was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we couldn't determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this?
Because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. Right, I'm right thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right?
If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic?
Hey, you're not going back to Alevas already, are you?
No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first.
Yeah, no. I want to talk to Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth!
You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what did you find out?
Well... Ha!
I take it, he has found nothing of particular use, as usual.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palino.
And what is this something interesting?
This, sir.
Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, detective?
So apparently, if you burn the special witch crystal with crystal oil they make only in Baval, it burns green color, sir.
Interesting, so it's a special property of the oil.
Well, also, some gases, when in flame, produce different color flames. The blue and reddish flame we get from our kitchens is because the type of gas we use in the kitchen. Must have copper? Probably. I meant the crystal? Yeah. No, I know you meant the crystal. The crystal may have copper, yeah. But, well, copper oxidates green, but I don't know if it inflames green. It could have the oil may have a substrate of copper. That could be too, yeah. Well, there is no point on overthinking this.
I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal, should the oil run out.
Chemistry was a long time ago, yeah.
Hey, Gummy! What about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern, so it projects the images.
Oh? Silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There is something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much?
You wait, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why Gummy's getting to do all the fun stuff?
Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth partner.
I can't believe it. You took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect you two to get along and work together like professionals on this.
So...
Hey, where are you going? You're heading back to Alabast?
Yes, but before, I suppose I should give you a summary of what happened.
Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries, using objects from the other country?
That's the gist of it. Baval is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things to enter in their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the countries. The only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries.
You mean the fake Yatagarasu?
In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected, of this I'm sure. And then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was at the Rose Garden on the Alabast side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where the Ambassador Alpha was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's what I heard. That's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste.
Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is this?
My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now, over there. Do you think it will be of any use?
There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there is anything that could get wet from around here.
I was thinking they have concerts here and this open air stage. At this open air stage from time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find the owner later.
Could it be the Jamming Ninja, right? They were supposed to have a Jamming Ninja show.
Oh, there is one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this?
What is this?
Misused perfume. It's the bottle that one left behind and I found it 7 years ago. I thought that one day it may be of use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you, Viro. I have the honor to hold on to it for you.
Wait a second, we have Mr. Doggy! Missile! Okay, so few things that have popped to my mind. 1. We have Missile. For that. 2. The Silhouette Lantern. Whenever they talk about the appearance of the Yatagarasu, they only show the silhouette being projected. Who's to say that that silhouette is not coming from a silhouette lantern? To create a diversion. I mean, this is Vaval, right?
A ladder.
Actually, that's a step ladder.
They're the exact same thing.
No way! From the structure up, they are totally different. But of course, from a thief perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all.
And from a prosecutor perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Bags full of cement. A step up here. I suppose they were renovating.
Yes, because I don't smell a drop of gold here. Or any other treasure for that matter.
Kai, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat.
Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on words there.
Gummy, don't randomly jump onto one of our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe?
No, it's not like that, sir. Ooh. Eavesdropping, Edgeworth, she's a kid, okay? And you have Francisca, don't.
It would appear that the stage is also secluded to be renovated.
You know, I would love to perform a stage like this. Something like the greatest great tip show.
I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world.
Bushes.
Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush?
The scent of treasure, not at all.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it.
No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic.
Perhaps for a thief like you, that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
You really think so? That prosecutor we met at the Gatewater Land seemed to be pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything naturally balances out.
Yeah, he's in jail now. No, wait, I need to investigate further. Oh, they moved! Okay, this bush, blah blah blah. This is all fluff dialogue.
What is it? Don't tell me you actually found something.
Whoops, false alarm.
How could I let myself get caught in her wild delusions?
Okay. Let's just try to go to the Rose Garden.
I think I'll be returning to investigating Alevas now, but...
I know. I'll go back to Baval and do some more investigating there.
Oh, March 14, 9:58 p.m. Rose Garden.
I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth.
Hello, beauty.
How are things in Baval? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl.
The investigation into Manikochen death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has.
Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between two countries at will. Preposterous.
That's what I came here to investigate.
I heard that this is where the witness claimed to have seen the Yatagarasu.
That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech here tonight, here in Alevast.
And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared.
You see, I'm betting that is a silhouette lantern.
The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared as suddenly as it vanished.
After that, there was a fire in the Babalese embassy, and the Yatagarasu started.
I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence.
Oh. Oh, freak. Well, it's fine. I'll take care of it later, I guess. Reflector light. Why is Wolverine in the background? Wolverine in the background? Oh, the dude, because he's an asshole.
Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes?
Of course not, they are rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they are rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you up of your stupor. Now then, the next time you feel like sleep-talking, remember that I'll whip you for real.
All I tried to do was offer a possibility, and this is what I get. There's an overturned spotlight there.
When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience was waiting for the speech to start. The audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over.
I'm having a tough time visualizing the massive confusion that took place here.
Duh, I thought I used my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land a single slash.
I suppose that means some other poor saps were hit instead. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water.
It says that it is a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart.
I opened my mouth about a statue and somehow she made the leap to that.
She really wants Edgeworth, huh? But Edgeworth doesn't get the hint. So this is Primidux.
This statue bears a resemblance to Primidux statue. The plaque says King Primidux and Battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primidux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primidux was actually a person of royal blood.
I thought he was simply imitating a character from an ancient legend. What surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there is that too. There is some beautiful roses. They appear to be well maintained. You are being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. The roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. She's telling you how to give her roses. Get one color, not many. She's giving you a hint, brother. On a second thought, there is a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of roses. Of all the people to comment on proper balance of things.
What about this? There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance.
It's not just for aesthetics. This pool water is also used in putting out fires.
I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically.
The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool water reaches a certain level.
If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which is why I suggest that this pool was recently used, somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case.
What is Larry doing?
How dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy, thanks for what you did back there.
Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think I'm the type of guy to jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Objection!
Yes. Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool?
Nice guess, but no dice. So you know, my son, right, Edgy?
Your son?
I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I took hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here somewhere when I last saw him.
You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway?
How old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first time I heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
The pink princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma? I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe that he's looking for the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yup, that's because I'm the Steel Samurai doll, through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase astounding fool.
Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of that Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there.
Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there.
Hey, wait! It's not as he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated,
to the murders. He sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble.
Huh? The stage maybe has something for me.
The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit?
Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool.
That's such poor planning. If there was no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court.
Indeed, I can sense that consideration from the viewers was taken with those.
So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh?
Yeah, although I suspect the audience would like to sit down after a while.
So... Something's weird here. I feel like... Maybe talk to Francisca?
Yes.
The investigation.
Tonight, in this very rose garden, the Albastian ambassador, Quercus Alba, was to give a commemorative speech. A very key commemorative speech at that. And including Agent Lang and the security detail was very tight. But as if to mock our efforts, the Yatagarasu appear. Then just like that the thief vanishes and starts a fire at the Babalis embassy.
Interesting. And are you sure it was the Yatagarasu who appeared here?
Of course. But to have sleep by such tight security, and then disappear into thin air, we will need to conduct a very thorough investigation of this area.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
I'm pretty sure that the Yatagarasu shadow was created using a silhouette lantern and the reflectors. I feel like that is. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir.
Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case.
Sir, not a single thing, sir.
Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down in the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from the Ambassador Alba? We are to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home to an urgent matter. As if I can so easily be called away from this case. After that I come this far, I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out, screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yatagara's appearance.
You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed the Yatagarasu appear, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But between the spotlights turned on, But when the spotlights were turned on for the Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when the cries of "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief has vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the light went out was because someone unplugged the extension for all the outdoor electronics. It was someone's doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who tripped over. We don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yeah.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else.
Good thinking, sis. You must just be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men already have done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right.
Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Suddenly, the appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin.
Okay.
I expect no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? I feel it has to be one of the statues with the reflector. So I'll go with the statue. The suddenly appearing and disappearing of the shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible it was created by this statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, but however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part?
Wait. Then... Oh, okay, so both the statues. Oh, I see now. Okay, I think I see it.
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadow of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, do you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, we need to set up that spotlight to cast a shadow of the King Primidus on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's half of the Yatagarasu.
The shadow of the King appears on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up a light upon the Queen who spoke of love to King Primidus, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Ah, so if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the lights need to be shone on the Queen statue is wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. The person who created the shadow only used one part of the statue.
Only one part?
Yes, and that part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow.
Oh, it's the hand. Why didn't you say that in the first place?
You're right, I apologize.
It's the hand. Because it's the thingy, it's the crest. So it's the hand.
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? And what does that remind you of? That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand?
Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get.
Yeah, it's exactly like the shadow I... Yeah, this is exactly the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after the people saw what the culprit wanted to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was constructed from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alebas tonight. The only country that the chief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alebast.
An accomplice? But who?
I haven't figured it out yet, but I must assume it was the person who set up the shadow show.
I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Oh. Interesting. How's the investigation going? This has to be Bud.
How's the investigation going? Detective Bud, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I left the murdering agents in charge, and my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yeah. So, have you found out? I got one piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we're ready to face what may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering.
And one woman claimed,
I'm telling ya,
Oh, no way, I will have to talk to Lotta.
I'm telling ya, I'm a genuine international journalist.
And she gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world?
It's a fireball!
The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times are changing. It is just not just a man, but the evidence even they lie to us now. But when was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floor were put out.
It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire.
Oh, thank God I don't have to talk to Lotte.
The blood in this picture took off from the Babalis embassy, flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Alibas.
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Is that a fact? I heard... I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once.
Oh, the magic dude.
Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Wait. Francisca said 2? I remember Magic Dude, the very big circus. There was a flying man in there. Where else did we have a flying man? Do you guys remember? A flying man.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalis embassy, so should I start from there?
Francisca, I need to return to Babal investigation for a bit.
Alright.
By the way,
I'll continue investigating on this side of the building.
Alright, I'm continuing you.
By the way, have my girl voices improved? I've been wondering because I feel like I'm not very good at it, but I've been trying to put effort into it.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now, come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yeah, let's.
Especially in variety. I even if it's not like very good, I hope that I'm getting more variety in there. March 14, 10:37 p.m. Babalis Embassy Secretariat's office. So they removed the body of Manny Cohen.
To think that after all that running around, we are right back to where we started.
It would appear that way.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have you found Manny's killer yet?
I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palaeno, but I have yet to find the killer.
Then he guessed his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu.
Let's get one thing straight, it was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who only steals the truth.
Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face.
If there is anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright?
Mr. Palaeno.
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier.
Oh sure, feel free to investigate to your heart's content.
And so there is a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador.
If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Palaeno. You're totally a gentleman.
Ha ha ha! You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss.
Hey, Sir Palaeno.
Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly.
You know, it's easy to say when you're going to investigate. We're going to investigate, but where should we begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of this room right before and after the fire. And then we should take a look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted.
Yeah, when I came to this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cohen's killer.
We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that the person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved.
I knew it. That woman almost definitely Mr. Cohen's killer.
Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yeah, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now then, I was told this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This kinda looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
But this could be that person. This could be how that person escaped.
Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. There are many things that come to my mind right now that I have so many things in my head. I'm thinking that the problem is that there are a few things here that do not line up for me in this case. It is very hard to know the thing is that I don't really have an idea of who the culprit could be. And that is throwing me off, because on one hand, I want to believe Palaeno is involved with everything, because there has been a few moments in which he's made a face like he's a little worried about me questioning him about some stuff. But I don't know, it's a very confusing case. It's a very confusing case. Well, I think the first thing to do is to start by talking to Palaeno, see what he has to say.
Now then, Ambassador Palaeno, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out.
Before the fire? What fire are you talking about?
Which one? There was more than one tonight.
Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babalis embassy tonight. What a bother of all of that was.
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the fire is the one after the Yamen Ninja show.
Oh well, the first occurred at the start of the Yamen Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floor of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then, after the Yamen Ninja show was...
Then, the fire after the Yamen Ninja show was the second one of the night.
Exactly.
So the fiery witness was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bud make a reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floor were put out. Oh! That didn't click in my head before. Interesting. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out.
Huh.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was left over embers from the fire on the floors from above that caused it.
That's how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office, on the 5th floor, Manny Cohen's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Paleno.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask again?
We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts. For today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cohen's actions and whereabouts were as well.
Yes, very well. I've been quite busy all day, from morning until now. I first woke up and then brushed my teeth, and after that I had a roll for breakfast.
Fascinating. How about you skip to the relevant parts for me?
Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. First you take the condensed milk jar and you put it in a pressure in one of those pressure pots, you know, the ones with the cover, and you let it boil for 45 minutes. And then you will get dulce de leche.
That's not what we're talking about, Mr. Palino. Morning activities. So what did Mr. Cohen and you do this morning?
Oh, well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were tidying up his office.
You helped clean Mr. Cohen's office. Why were you not cleaning your own?
Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both Primitive statue and the Babalist knife set are down here.
I see.
Oh, but the tidying and it didn't take much, really. We just burned some files. We no longer needed unexpired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet the clean up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
Oh, about that, I kinda forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without money here to get angry at me.
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of the secretary's anger.
Oh, he was very good at being very, very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babalis ink onto the back of the wall when I was burning the files, you see? And he got mad at me saying that I should treat the ink with more respect.
Talk about the boss getting boss around.
That's about for what we did this morning, just some cleaning.
Don't forget to tell me you had no... Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador now. Now then, if you could please tell me what you and Mr. Cohen did this afternoon.
Well, Manny and I went to a brothel to relax a little bit before the show. And then we went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show, which we don't like very much. We prefer the Jamming Ninja. After the show started, I went back to my office on the first floor and called some hookers in.
So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show.
A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Well, you know, those hookers got a little bit wild. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show.
There was a commemorative photo op at the end.
It was a fantastic photo op of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, Steel Samurai, and I myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor.
But wait a second, that's... what? But it doesn't line up with the bands, because stuff, you know, was burning, no?
To prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jamming Ninja.
He seems rather overworked from an ambassador.
When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire and as fast as my leg could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff to put it out.
So why didn't you see Mr. Cohen again after the start of the Steel Samurai show?
Because he was dead. Yeah, that's right, the next time I saw him,
He was lying there, in an eternal sleep. I see, Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything, please don't hesitate to ask, alright?
Could you confess to the murder of your secretary?
I mean... I kinda wanna check the chimney though. Fireplace, so Babalov is Captain 2. 2?
There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alebastian office. However, we found something I rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and play hide and seek.
And come out over in suit? I think not.
Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
I wanted to examine it to see if there was a secret door there. Well, let's check the desk then. Oh! A bottle of ink, huh? There are a few things that catch my eye. One is the bottle of ink. The other is the documents.
It appears this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
Yeah, the nook and cranny, we know.
There is a bottle of Bubbly's ink on Mr. Cohen's desk.
And it looks like there is still a lot of ink inside.
The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Mr. Palaeno, it looks like your precious Babalis ink is alright after all.
What? That's odd.
Ambassador, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink.
What? Do you mind elaborating that statement for me?
It's extremely flammable.
So I guess the embassy found some smartphones, blah blah blah.
Sorry guys, this is just fluff.
The great tip coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? 5 finger kind? The 5 finger kind? And I steal an extra thing or two for the beater. Things are such as the fruit. What else could I steal? Let's talk to Palaeno again. Cohen's ink.
I wonder if you might tell me what you notice about Mr. Cohen's bottle of ink.
I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called to him out, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see in the room at all.
The fire was green. That's what was the cause?
Well, with crystal oils burn green when it's lit, and as you can see by this lantern.
And the Vali's ink is made with the same oil, which means it would also burn green.
You know, I too had thought that it was Manny ink that had caught on fire. So that was why I was surprised to find that there was still a bottle of ink still on his desk.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly is that got on fire in here?
I'm so confused. I think that it's very rare for me to get this far into a case and not have an idea of who the killer is. Because I don't think we're gonna get Seseyu. She's already escaped. I mean, Palaeno could be a killer. I don't think Alba is the killer though. So the thing is that because they knew that their statue was fake, I don't know. It's so complicated. Well, we'll figure it out. I mean, there is this drawer that is suspicious. Okay. Doesn't this remind you of this? Yeah, it's this. This is a blah blah blah. This is a rather unusual shape for an notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the valuable solid good construction. Let's see if there is anything useful in there, Miles Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth.
I mean... maybe if I do this... with this. Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note found.
You're right. What is it? It looks like something straight off the Monument Valley.
Oh yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see?
Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it.
Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I love to show it to you.
Are you sure you haven't been burned to... They haven't been burned to crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palaeno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note.
This looks like Manny's handwriting.
I see, in that case.
Oh, did you figure out something?
This note was found in Alevast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Mask the Mask 2.
Mask the Mask 2? Then this note?
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cohen for Mask the Mask 2 to steal the Primidux statue.
What? Manny tried to steal Alevas Primidux statue?
We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Manny Cohen?
Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you.
I'll ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny could even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would request the theft of the statue?
There is no possibility. There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation.
Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador.
Okay. Guys, I think we will call it a day. Evening, hello! I was about to call it a day, man. Oh no. So, yeah, I'm sorry, John. I'm just about to end the stream right now. But with that said, guys, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did. And I'll see you all tomorrow for a marathon of Metal Gear Solid 3. Have a good rest of your day or night. Bye bye.